proceeding. There's still the right to confrontation, and it's really the court's discretion. It's not anything that the defendant has a right to or doesn't have a right to. So I would request that the court issue an order limiting their the media's coverage of those 3 witnesses only to audio only.
Your Honor, again, it was late filed. We've all been aware that this would have media coverage, would be live streamed, and it wasn't until late yesterday evening that this thing was filed. I don't know why now it's such a concern.
Okay. I mean, in response to that, Judge, our witnesses expressed their concern yesterday to our investigators. So they did not express, and quite frankly, they didn't know it was going to be live streamed until they found out it's, through news media that's been live streamed. So.
But their attorney, the state.
I'm not their attorney.
You represent the state, and you're calling them as witnesses.
I'm going to order that the media only do the audio and not video when those 3 witnesses testified that were in custody.
Thank you.
We've done this a long time, and we all know that anybody who comes out of jail to testify against somebody doesn't want the rest of the population to know they're snitched. Now, you may say, well, that's just part of what they have to do, but we've all in this room done things to make sure that somebody who wasn't endangered try to have them testify. Anything else you want to say about it, Ms. Wilbur, or Mr.
I would just note, Judge, that none of those witnesses are currently in custody.
Yeah, but nobody that I know of has ever said they wanted a snitch jacket with priors. And so I don't see how it harms your defense that the audio is going out but not the video. So, okay.
And I'm certainly not requesting that all media coverage be shut down, just the video. I don't want them on camera. They don't want to be on camera. So,
anything else?
Will you notify me somehow?
Yeah, you'll know who they are.
All right.
And well, actually, I'll let Mr. Brown tell you when he calls her name, he can walk over and say, this is one of them, you have to turn off the video.
yes, they'll be our last 3 witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay, so, ma'am, I think we're ready for you to take the stand again. You're still under oath.
We left off yesterday. We were discussing some hospitalizations that Savannah had, I guess, had undergone. Is that correct? Is that your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. One of those hospitalizations that we discussed happened in May of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to shift around these records. And do you recall which facility Savannah was hospitalized in 2015?
time last night really trying to pull that out of my memories. I honestly don't know which hospitalization was which. I know that it happened. She was in the hospital twice. I know the last time it was end of May, first part of June of 2016. The first time that I have in my head was about 13 or so months before that.
Okay.
Those are the two that I know what I can answer on.
Okay. If I advised you that one of the hospitalizations was in a facility called Prairie Care, do you recall the date that she would have been treated at Prairie Care?
Approximately, although I didn't view Prairie Care as being hospitalization, but I viewed it as being more additional help or therapy.
Okay. And was that in 2015, or can you recall that?
I honestly don't know.
Your Honor, may I approach and retrieve Exhibit F? Yes. Which should be, I believe, some records, probably a stack of them. Thank you. And so when Savannah was treated at Prairie Care, did you have input? Did you talk to caregivers at Prairie Care?
Yes.
And did you tell them that she had talked about committing suicide?
I don't recollect.
She spent overnight in the emergency room in May of 2015, correct?
The exact dates I'm not 100% sure of, but I know the dates I told you.
And the admit date was May 27th of 2015?
I don't know.
And the discharge date was June of 17th of 2015?
I don't know.
While Savannah was treated, did you have contact with any of the treatment givers, treatment providers?
I would have, yes.
And during that time, did they communicate to you that Savannah, when in group therapy, had made a threat to a participant, another peer in that therapy?
Your Honor, I can object hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a hostile witness who is denying that she remembers anything about the hospitalization. I am reading directly from the exhibit that has been admitted.
But somehow you think she knows that that was done?
I can present this to her and have her look at it.
That's what I didn't hear in the question. Do you know, or you're reading from a record, but that doesn't mean that she knows it. The record's already been admitted.
I can approach her and ask her if she recalls this conversation. May I approach the witness? All right, Neil, then I'm going to show you a page out of Defendant's Exhibit F. And it is a document that has Prairie Care and Prairie Care Medical Group at the top and is labeled Progress Notes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And here at the top, it says patient name, Savannah, or Leckie Savannah, correct?
Yes.
And date of birth, 6/3/2001.
Yes.
And based on that information, is you know who Savannah was, correct?
Yes.
And is that Savannah's date of birth?
Yes.
And it says admit date May 27th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
And discharge date June 17th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I have not seen these records before. I don't know.
But you were aware Savannah was hospitalized or was under treatment in Prairie Care, correct?
Yes, at one point she was.
Okay, and you say you don't remember the exact dates?
Correct.
But it was in 2015.
I don't know.
And I think yesterday you testified that she was hospitalized inpatient in June of 2016, correct?
End of May, first part of June, yes.
And you said that the other one had happened 13 months prior, correct?
Correct.
So would May of 2015 be 13 months prior to June of 2016?
Yes, approximately.
Okay.
Yes.
And here it says that there was a note addressed to a male peer written and signed by patient, correct?
That's what I'm saying, yes.
And down here in this paragraph, it says, as there is a concern for safety, and this was not brought to my attention until patient was gone from programming, I did contact mom, correct?
Yes.
And then in parentheses, it says the word Tamil, correct?
Correct.
And your name is Tamil,
That's correct.
and it has a phone number.
Yes.
Was that your phone number at that time?
Yes.
Via phone to inform of incident. Mom was very supportive and concerned that Savannah would do something like this. Mom indicated she would talk with Savannah about the seriousness of making threats to others, correct?
That's what it says.
And you were told that the threat was that she had made a note to appear, correct?
I'm not seeing anything in the note that says anything about wanting to commit suicide.
That wasn't my question. The threat was communicated, correct, to you?
It was communicated.
And the threat was to appear, correct?
That's correct.
And the threat was, you started this war, only you can stop this war. There will be blood. I have spent the majority of my childhood studying pain, correct?
Yes.
And that concerned you?
Yes.
Okay. Going to show you another page here in Defendant's Exhibit F. And again, here at the top, that says Prairie Care Medical Group, correct?
Correct.
And on this, the assessment date says February 5th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And and patient name Savannah Leckie, correct?
Correct.
Date of birth 6/3/2001?
Correct.
Based on that information, does that seem like these records would belong to Savannah?
It appears.
And you testified yesterday that you are the person who brings Savannah to medical appointments, correct?
Yes.
And you were present then at this assessment?
Was this an admission?
It says diagnosis information at the top, correct?
Yes.
And then it says type, admission, correct?
Yes, thank you. It appears that that's what that is, yes.
And in the middle of the page, it says presenting problems, correct?
Yes.
And it also says family present when starting as a question, correct?
Yes.
And it says yes.
Yes.
Were you family?
Yes.
Would that mean you were present?
It appears so, yes.
And in this, you reported that over the last month, we've been watching a very rapid decline in her ability to deal with the stress of her stepfather moving out. There's been a lot of writings discovered, varied writings that talk about suicide and cutting, and an alternate reality that she has gone into to try and deal with her stressors. Correct?
Yeah, very dark writings.
Yes. And you also stated then that she's seeking out other people in her same situation with the cutting and suicide and different things, correct?
Yes.
And you also reported that as a parent group, we feel like she's beyond where we feel comfortable. We have seen such a rapid decrease in her ability to deal with stress that I'm worried she's going to try and commit suicide. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And also you stated that Savannah liked to write to get her emotions out, correct?
Correct.
February of 2016, Savannah was taking medications, correct?
Probably for ADHD, correct, yes.
Okay, and you would have reported that or confirmed that at this time?
Correct, yes.
And you in fact confirmed that she was taking Strattera?
Yes.
And that she was taking it as prescribed?
Yes.
And also Concerta?
Yes.
And that she was taking it as prescribed?
Yes.
And a past psychiatric medication was Ritalin, correct?
Yes.
And she was not taking it at that time?
Correct.
I'm going to show you more records that are here contained within Defendant's Exhibit F. And this at the top says Prairie Care, correct?
Yes.
And under client, it says Leckie Savannah, correct? And admission date 5/27/2015, correct?
Correct.
And it's also titled Medication Reconciliation Information, correct?
Yes.
And the medications there are Concerta,
Yes.
and the reason was for ADHD.
Yes.
And Strattera is also on that list,
Yes.
and that was for ADHD.
Yes.
And then also vitamin D,
Yes.
and that was because she had a vitamin D deficiency.
Correct.
And she also was prescribed Wellbutrin XL at that time,
Yes.
and the reason was for depression.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you here what's titled at the top, Psychiatric Discharge Summary. And it also has Prairie Care at the top, correct?
Correct.
And it has patient name, Leckie Savannah, correct? Date of birth, 6/3/2001?
Yes.
And is that who we would know to be Savannah?
Yes.
And admission date was May 27th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
And discharge date was June 17th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
All right. And under diagnosis information, what is, the type says admission, correct?
Correct.
And the diagnosis was major depressive order, single episode, unspecified, correct?
Correct.
And then also unspecified depressive disorder, correct?
Correct.
And then also attention deficit hyperactivity disorder combined type, correct?
Yes.
And then it also says underneath there, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder combined presentation, correct?
Yes.
And another diagnosis was autistic disorder, correct?
Yes.
And then under that, autism spectrum disorder, correct?
Yes.
And she was also diagnosed at this time with oppositional defiant disorder, correct?
Correct.
And it's also repeated there underneath as oppositional defiant disorder. Okay. And you were present whenever you took Savannah to
Yes.
this? Okay. And so you were present then at the admission?
Yes.
And that's because Savannah was a minor?
Correct.
And you were aware of the reason that she was taken to Prairie Care at that time, correct? Absolutely.
Yes, I do remember those, yes.
And was the reason because she disclosed to a teacher that she was either going to suffocate herself or hang herself?
I remember it being more of doing research on dark thoughts, and I don't remember that exactly, but
And so this record states that a soon-to-be 14-year-old 8th grader referred the PHP from an overnight stay in the ER following her disclosing to her teacher that she was going to suffocate herself or hang herself. Is that what this record states?
It does.
Okay. And were you present whenever this information was being communicated?
I don't remember that. But yes, I was present. I do not remember that.
Then another time whenever Savannah was admitted for mental health issues, correct? And she was initially taken to an emergency room, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was Mercy Hospital?
Remember that.
May I approach the witness again? Thank you. Tamil, I will show you what was admitted yesterday as Defendant's Exhibit E. And at the top of this page, it says 6/7/2016 ED in Mercy Hospital, correct?
Yes.
And here at the bottom of that page, it says Alina Health Mercy Hospital, correct?
Yes.
And it says patient Leckie Savannah, correct?
Correct.
And date of birth 6/3/2001?
Correct.
Is that who you know to be Savannah Leckie?
Yes.
And your daughter?
Yes.
And it says admit date was June 7th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here, under at the top of that page, it says reason for visit, right?
Yes.
Chief complaint, it says that too as well?
Correct.
And then underneath there, it says suicide gesture.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then visit diagnosis, it says depression, unspecified depression type, correct?
Correct.
And again, the medications that she was taking at that time, it says prior to admission was methylphenidate or Concerta, correct?
Correct.
And that was for ADHD?
Yes.
And her discharge medication list was for Strattera, correct?
And Concerta, both ADHD meds.
Okay, so Strattera and Concerta both for ADHD, correct?
Correct.
And none of those medications were stopped in the visit, correct?
Correct.
Healthcare providers at the emergency room about Savannah, correct?
Yes.
And they communicated to you as well?
Yes.
And you understood why she was there, correct?
Yes. Somehow. Yes.
And under here where it says impression and plan, it says assessment, exacerbation of depression with suicidal ideations resulting in self-mutilating behavior in the form of self-inflicted abrasions to her left forearm, correct?
That's correct.
And then the plan was that I agreed with A and R that she warrants admission to the hospital for further psychiatric evaluation and treatment, correct?
Yes.
And did that in fact happen?
Yes.
And she went to, was it Abbott Northwest Hospital for that?
That's correct. Yes.
testified that there was a point at which Savannah had disclosed in a counseling appointment that she had been self-mutilating, correct?
Yes.
And as a result, emergency medical services was contacted, correct?
Correct.
And Savannah was transported to the emergency room
Yes.
by ambulance?
That's correct.
Okay. Report too, there's a paragraph titled collateral information, correct?
Yes.
And there it says spoke with patient's mom to meal, correct?
Correct.
And there's a phone number there, correct?
Correct.
Was that your phone number at the time?
Yes.
And did you in fact speak with someone from the hospital at that time?
Yes.
And you gave information to that person?
Okay, yes.
And you stated that patient's mom states that patient's counselor and school counselor both felt patient was at risk of suicide today, correct?
Yes.
And mom states that patient has been decompensating over the past month, correct?
Yes.
And that she's been getting more upset more often, cutting more, and having daily thoughts of suicide, correct?
Yes.
And that today patient did say she was going to slit her wrist and she had been looking on the internet how to do it, correct?
Yes.
Patient told her mom that if she did not do it today, she would do it before the summer was over. Also correct?
Yes.
Mom states that patient has been more depressed over the past 2 years, correct?
Yes.
And that patient did attempt suicide 1 year ago by hanging due to suicide, correct?
Yes.
Patient is in a different school this year, so school has been better for her this year. Also correct?
Yes.
Mom feels that patient is not able to return home at this time, correct?
Yes.
She feels that patient is emotionally not functioning, correct?
Yes.
Mom states, I will have a dead child if she goes home today, correct?
Yes.
Mom also states that patient did snap last week and ended up kicking, biting, and punching her, correct?
Yes.
Mom states, I worry about the safety of my children when she is so out of control, emotionally unstable, correct?
Yes.
Approach and return defense exhibit B and F. Just to clarify, the questions I just asked you regarding the medical records, those were related to the emergency room visit, is that correct? Yes. And from the emergency room, Savannah then went into inpatient treatment? Yes. And that was at Abbott Northwestern Hospital? That's correct. Okay. Your Honor, we're going to have to grab the exhibits together. And date of birth, 6/3/2001.
Yes.
All right. And again, this was Emergency Department, June 7, 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also advised the care providers that you had joint legal custody with David Leckie, correct?
That's correct.
And Savannah was admitted to inpatient psychiatry unit, correct?
Yes.
And was she taking the medication Abilify?
I believe so. Yes.
And the Abilify was discontinued?
Yes. That's what that says.
Okay, and she was started on another medication, correct?
Let's see where is that? Yes, correct.
And that medication was Risperdal?
Yes.
Do you know what the Abilify or the Risperdal was prescribed for?
I probably don't think that's
Page of Defendant's Exhibit H. This relates to Savannah Leckie, correct? And you can see that because it says patient Savannah Leckie at the bottom.
Yes.
Date of birth 6/3/2001.
Yes.
All right. And you were present whenever Savannah was admitted?
Yes.
Had you and Savannah had some conflict around this time?
Which year is this?
This was 6/8 of 2016.
Yes.
And what was that conflict?
I remember it being, she was very angry with me for the potential of moving out of the STMA area.
And can you explain what STMA is?
St. Michael Albertville High School in our community.
And the move was because you were going to move in with Carrie Steves?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's not that. She's also very recent situation she had with her father and her mother that was still overflowing into this.
And you spoke with the treatment providers, correct?
Yes.
At Northwestern? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you told them, I'll read this, her mom states she cannot understand any of her daughter's thoughts around wanting to cut herself or kill herself, correct?
Yes.
And she states that she's not sure she can manage this and thinks her daughter needs to be in a place for a long time where she can get help, correct?
That's correct.
And you were told then that hospitalization is a short-term stabilization, correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah would not be in the facility. Actually says for an eating, I think that's probably a typo, significant length of time, correct?
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. And under here it says diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And those diagnoses are autistic spectrum disorder,
Yes.
ADHD,
Yes.
generalized anxiety disorder,
Yes.
unspecified depressive disorder, correct?
Yes.
What was that comfort item?
Her bear.
And what was Bear Bear? What type of object?
It was a flat sort of blanket bear that I made for her when she was an infant. It was bears on the top, hands, and it was silky on the ends. And then it had the long blanket that came down the silkies on the bottom. And stitched the face.
Okay.
Yes.
And was that important to Savannah?
Thinking it was important as she got older, but yeah, it was something that she got older.
Did Bear Bear accompany her to Abbott Northwestern?
I don't know.
Do you recall if she asked you for it?
I didn't.
And on June 10th of 2016, you were in Las Vegas?
Yes, it was.
And that's when you and Carrie Steves were engaged?
That's right.
Okay. And here, this says date of service, correct?
Yes,
And that's 6/10/2016?
that's correct.
And Savannah was hospitalized at that time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that Defense Exhibit H be admitted.
You just said it. No objection.
Admitted.
Can you ask for a glass of water, please?
Would you like to take a break?
She went to water.
Just water?
And may I first introduce Your Honor? And Tennille, you, I believe, testified yesterday that Savannah did see a counselor, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that counselor's name was John?
Correct.
And Solution or Solutions Counseling was the name of the business?
That's correct.
All right. And I believe you also testified yesterday that you typically accompanied her to those visits, correct?
Yes.
And some of those visits included you and Savannah together, correct?
That's correct.
And some were just Savannah by herself?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a page here in Defendant's Exhibit I. And here at the top, it says Solutions Counseling Services, correct?
Yes.
And Diagnostic Assessment?
Correct.
And the name at the top says Savannah F. Leckie, correct?
Correct.
Date of birth 6/3/2001.
Correct.
Is that the same information that you would know to be your daughter, Savannah Leckie?
Yes.
Okay. And was the counselor that you saw John C. Torkelson?
Yes, that's correct.
And for the court reporter, Torkelson is Torkelson. And there was an assessment done, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that assessment date was 7/3/2015?
Yes.
And were you present?
Yes.
And you gave input at that time, correct?
Yes.
And in that, it says Savannah's mother reports that she was adopted as a baby from a family friend and that Savannah knows her biological mother well, correct?
That's correct.
And she reports that Savannah sees her biological mother regularly, correct?
Yes.
And also stated that Savannah's mother reports that her issues began about 3 years ago, just after her mother and father divorced, correct?
Yes.
And yesterday, I believe your testimony was that the separation happened in 2010, correct?
Yes.
And I believe the divorce you testified was in 2012?
I believe so.
And at that point, how old would Savannah have been?
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
If I said from 2012 to 2001, she should be roughly 11 years old, would that be correct? Okay. And you reported that Savannah began to exhibit oppositional behaviors that were consistently getting worse, correct?
Correct.
That she would talk back, interrupt, and refuse to obey adult commands, correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah's relationship with her stepfather began to break down with increased behaviors, and her relationship with him continues to be rocky, correct?
Correct.
And that Savannah's mother reports that at the end of May, and that would be May 2015, correct? She had developed a suicide plan, which her paraprofessional at school found. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah had been looking up songs about death as well, correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah was sent to Prairie Care for about a month and finished up the last Wednesday in June, correct?
Correct.
And that Savannah's mother, you, reported that she's doing well with behaviors following her stay at Prairie Care, correct?
Yes.
And again, as we looked over earlier, she came home on medications after Prairie Care, correct?
Yes.
And she has been diagnosed with Asperger's, ADHD, ODD, and there was some talk about borderline personality disorder or bipolar disorder, according to her mother's report, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Exhibit I, there's at the bottom of this page where it says page number 2 of 4, and it still has Savannah's name at the bottom, correct?
Yes.
And there it says risk assessment, correct?
Yes.
And talks about at this time suicide, correct?
Yes.
It says risk is slight.
Yes.
And it notes that Savannah had suicidal ideation with a plan in May 2015, but denies current suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
And violence, none, correct?
Yes.
That Savannah denies any thoughts about killing or hurting anyone else, correct?
Yes.
And then risk assessment for child abuse, it says slight, correct?
Yes.
And that Savannah reports that she's been slapped by her stepfather with an open hand, correct?
Yes.
And this is not a mandated report, correct?
Correct.
And she reports that her parents would fight and she witnessed her father throw stuff at her mother, correct?
Yes.
She reports that her stepfather's been emotionally abusive at times towards her. Is that also correct? That's what she said, anyway.
But that's what she said.
Okay. And here on June 29th, 2016, Savannah was seen by John Torkelson, correct?
Correct.
And were you present at that time?
Yes.
And you participated in the first 35 minutes of the session, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And under patient presentation, the note says Savannah reports that her anxiety level is higher during the move-in with her mother's fiance, but her depression is lower after the hospital visit, correct?
What is the year again?
The date here says June 29th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the problem addressed was depression, correct?
Correct.
2016, you were also with Savannah at Mr. Torkelson's office, correct?
Yes.
And was that the visit that precipitated the trip to the emergency room?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, a school social worker had reported that Savannah had cut at school, correct?
Yes.
And that had stated to her that she had a plan to slit her wrists over the summer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, there was an active suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
And that her counselor determined that she had a plan to slit her wrists sometime in the summer, correct?
Yeah, it was not good, but yes, that's what it says.
And did a deputy respond at Mr. Torkelson's office?
I do not remember now.
Do you remember whether Savannah's person was searched prior to going into the ambulance?
No.
Were you present at that time?
Yes.
Did you observe everything?
Yes.
Okay. So this report states that a Wright County Sheriff's deputy presented to his office, correct?
Yes.
And then that deputy asked both Savannah and you questions about Savannah's risk to hurt herself, correct?
Yes.
And then the deputy searched Savannah, correct?
Yes.
And a pencil sharpener blade was found on her. Do you recall that?
I don't, but yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And you'd also seen Mr. Torkelson on May 31st, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, Mr. Torkelson had received reports from Savannah School that they're concerned about her cutting and having suicidal ideation without a plan at that time, correct?
That's correct.
And Savannah, at that time, were you present when Savannah spoke with Mr. Torkelson?
I'm not sure if I was in the room, but it would have taken her to be appointed, yes.
And just says Savannah presented to therapy with her mother who participated in the first 15 minutes of the session.
Yeah.
Do you recall whether you heard this discussion about not having a plan at that time?
I don't recall, but yes, it's there.
Did Mr. Torkelson discuss a safety plan with you at that time? And at that time, was Savannah blaming you for depression?
Yes.
And Savannah was also seen on May 9th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, the problem that was addressed was depression, correct?
Yes.
And that there was social withdrawal,
Yes.
and that she reported higher levels of depressed mood over the past couple of weeks.
Yes.
And her increased depression was due to recent changes in the household, correct?
Correct.
What were those changes?
Household changes would have been I would assume when Carrie Steve's and I came home and Mike Evans,
And when Mike Evans moved out, Reba and Robert Pete helped you move him out, correct?
I don't remember that.
When did he move out?
February
Of what year?
2015, 16. was February. I think it was 16.
So your answer was you don't remember that.
I don't.
Was seen on January 20th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And one of the presentations here, signs and symptoms, is that Savannah's mother reports that she's been attempting to be positive with her stepfather even though he is leaving, correct?
Yes.
And so that was in January 2016.
Correct.
And stepfather was Mike Evans?
Yes.
Okay. And you advised in this therapy appointment that your now ex-boyfriend continues to make remarks in front of Savannah about him leaving as a result of her, correct?
Yes.
That upset Savannah.
Yes.
Her siblings blamed her too?
I don't know what her siblings. To admit Defendant's Exhibit I.
No objection. Admitted.
Yesterday, whenever we were, I think whenever Mr. Brown was asking you about your relationship with Reba, there had been a break in your relationship with Reba, correct?
Specify the time frame, please.
The time would have been roughly sometime in 2016. Okay. And the break in the relationship had to do with a Facebook post by Perry Steves?
One of the two things, yes.
Okay, so that was one of the things. And the other thing, what was the other thing?
Apparently I was too happy.
asked you some questions about a power of attorney history, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you provided Ms. Ruud a power of attorney as quickly as you could.
Yes.
And Savannah went to Missouri, was it August of 2016?
Correct.
I will show you what I will mark as Defendant's Exhibit J. And ask you if you recognize this document.
I don't.
Okay, so at the top of Defendant's Exhibit J, well, first of all, it's a document, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it consists of 4 pages?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and at the top of page 1 of that document, it says power of attorney for child, correct?
Yes.
And it also says that it says
Your Honor, any object to her reading this document into the record, she's already stated that she doesn't recognize the document.
She doesn't recognize it.
I wasn't going to read the entire document, Your Honor. I'm trying to lay a foundation that Ms. Montag's name is on this, and on page 2, there appears a signature in front of the notary.
At the same time, she's already said she doesn't recognize it.
I don't know how you're going to lay it. I don't know anything about that document.
Then I'll back up and ask a couple of other questions. I just asked you if you had provided a power of attorney to Reba, correct?
Yes.
And you stated you did as quickly as possible.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when did you say you provided that?
I sent it to the one that I remember doing the first was right away, as soon as after Savannah left, I sent one to her father to sign, to send to Rebecca, finished. The second one was based on Rebecca asking me to send one again, and so there was just a second to go.
Okay. And so again, when I showed you Defendant's Exhibit J, I'll let you just look over the entire thing.
I didn't recognize this first page at all, so thank you. Yes, I recognize this now. Thank you.
Okay. And what is this document then?
It's a power of attorney for my daughter.
And did you either draft or cause this to be drafted?
Don't remember how it was put together.
That you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Okay.
I
And you,
remember I drafted it or for an attorney drafted it.
okay. It was presented to you though as a power of attorney. Someone drafted it to you.
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to ask questions of someone about the document if you had any.
Yes.
And you understood what the document purported to do, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here on page 2 of that document, is there a signature?
Yes.
And whose signature is that?
Mine.
And is there a date?
Yes.
And what is the date that you signed that?
January 10th, 2017.
And is there a notary block below here?
Yes, it is.
And did you sign this in front of the notary?
Yes, it is.
And that will verify the date?
Correct.
Okay. And so again, you said that was January 10th of 2017?
Yes.
And Savannah went to Missouri in August of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. requesting to carry Steve's entering the family, correct?
No.
And again, yesterday you testified that you had applied for the Community Alternatives for Disabled Individual, or the CADIE waiver, correct?
Correct.
And in the process of that, I believe you also testified that you'd spoken with some social workers and things like that during that time?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall whether during those conversations that the social workers or whoever you were speaking with expressed some concerns about Savannah's reaction to Carrie Steves?
I never remember that.
And do you recall whether the Division of Health and Human Services in Wright County, Minnesota became aware of Savannah's hospitalization in 2016?
They would have, yes.
Okay. And did they contact you, or someone from the Division of Health and Human Services contact you to get information?
Yes.
Did you communicate a concern that you felt Savannah was not ready to be discharged from the hospital to someone with Division of Health and Human Services?
Which year was this?
May I approach the witness? So now I'll show you what I've marked for identification purposes as Defendant Exhibit K. And at the top here, it says chronology summary, correct?
Correct.
Work group, Leckie, Savannah.
Correct.
And it says assessment 6/11/2016.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And were you familiar with an individual named Lacey Boyer?
Yes.
And how did you know Lacey?
She was she's something to do with the Wright County.
Okay, and you had contact with her regarding Savannah's hospitalization in June of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And I'll ask you, Tamil, just to take a look here, where it says time note, date created 6/14/2016. If you could just read that to yourself and see if that helps you remember the conversations.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And to Bill, I'll also have you read here where it says time note, date created 6/15/2016.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just have you read that to yourself. And it continues on with the same page.
Yes. Yeah, I remember this.
All right, and yesterday, do you recall me asking you whether or not there'd ever been a report that Savannah made against you?
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay, after reading this, does that help refresh your recollection?
I don't know if it's resulted in a CPS report, but I recognize some of this information, yes.
Okay, and Division of Health and Human Services was aware of it?
Apparently, yes.
Okay. And when you say you remember it, do you remember that Savannah stated that you had left her in charge of her siblings overnight on multiple occasions?
With her aunt present.
Is that what Savannah reported here?
No.
Okay.
She says it over there.
And that you were just pointing to the TW asked Savannah if her mom leaves her home with her siblings when she runs errands, and Savannah stated she does, but it's not very long.
Correct. And then also there's...
That Savannah stated that any other time her mom has been gone overnight,
Yes.
her aunt comes and stays with them.
Correct.
Okay. And Tamil, did you request before Savannah was discharged from the hospital in June of 2016 that she be placed in foster care? Okay, I'm going to have you review a note here that was written by Lacey Boyer, and it looks like date created was 6/15/2016.
I didn't use the word foster care. No.
You used a different term?
I didn't say that.
You were concerned about Savannah coming home, correct?
Yes.
Who picked Savannah up from the hospital in June of 2016?
I sort of would have been
And I believe yesterday you advised that you felt targeted by Savannah,
That's correct.
and that was after this June of 2016 issue.
Correct, yes.
And did Savannah speak with people from the Division of Health and Human Services regarding her care?
I don't.
Did a social worker or anything like that ever meet you in your home to discuss things with Savannah?
Yes.
And what was that social worker's name?
I don't remember.
Would I'll have you take a look here again at Defense Exhibit K, at the bottom where it says time note, and date created 6/30/2016. And under the notes, it says TW. Does that help ring any bells for whoever the social worker or whoever would have come up to speak with you would be? Do you recall that person's name?
No.
Do the initials TW mean anything to you?
No.
Did Lacey Oyer ever go to your home?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Lacey Oyer about feeling attacked? Did you have a conversation with Lacey Oyer regarding Savannah's feelings about Carrie Steves?
I don't know.
have any conversation regarding concerns that Savannah had about the quickness of how quick this relationship was moving?
I don't know.
That Savannah had medical care through the state of Minnesota prior to her move to Missouri, correct?
Yes.
And that was through the end of 2016, is that correct? She had medical care through the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
And that expired then at the beginning of 2017?
Correct.
And you and David Leckie had joint legal custody of Savannah, correct? In January 2017, was Savannah effectively uninsured as far as medical and dental and vision went? Other children insured under the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
But you don't recall whether Savannah was?
Numbers ended at the end of December, but she had a power of attorney through Rebecca Ruud to continue it.
Were you still the legal parent of Savannah at the beginning of 2017?
One of them, yes.
Okay. And you shared joint legal custody?
Correct.
David, okay. And Rebecca was not, she did not have parental rights at that point?
She had power of attorney.
But she did not have parental rights at that point?
What's the difference?
I can't answer that.
Okay. I don't understand. Yes, as far as I know is concerned, yes.
Reba had not adopted Savannah?
No.
Okay, she was not a legal mother?
Correct.
Okay, you were still the legal mother?
Correct.
And David was still legal father?
Correct.
Tamil, I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant Exhibit J for identification purposes again. And again, you previously identified that as a power of attorney for the child, correct?
Correct. The second.
And this was signed by you on January 10th of 2017.
Correct.
And there is a signature block for another person on there, correct?
Correct.
And that person's David Allen Leckie?
Correct.
And that would be your ex-husband?
Correct.
And Savannah's legal father, correct?
Correct.
And that is not signed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And Tamil, I believe you testified that you weren't aren't sure who picked up Savannah after the hospitalization in 2016?
I had assumed it was me.
Where did Savannah go after she was picked up from the hospital in June of 2016?
I'm not sure the chronological order of where she went. I remember she had some time with her aunt, Amanda. I know she went to Camp Theodosia. And as well as went to Montana or to something else. And she did also come to me for a portion of time.
Well, we know, all you tell you. Did they, did that, you know about that? You gotta go back to the jail, and listen to that video.
And Savannah did have medications prescribed to her at the end of her hospitalization in 2016.
Yes.
And she had those medications, she took those medications as far as you know, while she was in Minnesota.
As far as I know, yes.
Did she have those medications with her when she went to camp?
I would assume so. I don't know.
Did Savannah stay, you said she did stay in your home after the hospitalization?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall how many days? And who picked Savannah up from the camp?
I would assume me. And I don't remember. It was just me.
But you don't recall which days she was home after the hospitalization?
The hospitalization was in June. She left for Missouri in August, and assumed it would be several days. I don't know how many.
And Savannah did see Mr. Torkelson, the counselor, after her release from hospitalization.
I would assume so, yes.
And was there a point after she was released from the hospitalization that she stopped taking medication?
Yes.
And that was Savannah's decision?
We discussed it together, yes.
No doctor recommended she discontinue medication.
Her ADHD medication was something she could stop in the summertime. It was summer.
Had she ever stopped it before in the summertime?
I don't recall.
No doctor advised you to discontinue Savannah's medications.
was a discussion with Dr. Bryan that ADHD meds are meant for concentration for school and academics. And I had, it was only said that it was optional for the summertime.
She was on additional medications for other, she was on additional medications that were meant for other conditions than ADHD, correct?
I assume so, yes.
And those were stopped as well?
I think she was going in Montana.
Was that under a doctor's care?
I would have called Dr. Bryan, I don't remember.
And Dr. Bryan's located in Minnesota?
Correct, yes.
Not Montana?
No.
Okay. Applied for the Katie waiver, you had to give reasons as to why you needed it, correct?
Yeah.
And you stated that you were employed part-time at the time you applied for that waiver, and the reason was because you had to address Savannah's behavior. You couldn't work full-time as a result?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, which yesterday when we discussed that, I believe was November of 2015. Does that sound about right to you? That you applied for the waiver?
That sounds about right, but I couldn't be sure exactly.
At that point in time, were you a two-adult, two-parent figure household?
Yes.
Okay. There had been some visits for you and Savannah's siblings to Missouri, correct? You'd planned to come visit Savannah at some point?
We had talked about it, yes.
Okay. And were there 3 potential dates that had been discussed?
I'm not recalling. Having a deposition conducted relating to this case? Yes.
And was that deposition in Minnesota?
Yes.
And was it myself and Ms. Duvall that were there to ask you questions at that deposition?
Yes.
Whether or not questions were asked regarding visits to Missouri at that time?
Generally, I'm sure.
Whether anyone from the family visited Savannah while she was in Missouri?
Yes.
And who was that?
dad's side, her father visited. From my side, my mom, Sandy, and my dad, Jerry Montag, visited.
And had you previously discussed traveling to Missouri around Thanksgiving of 2016?
I'm not recalling if I was going to go there or if she was planning just to come home. I don't recall.
Is it fair to say then there had been a visit, whether it was returning to Minnesota or coming to Missouri, it had been discussed?
It had been discussed, yeah.
And that date would have been around Thanksgiving of
Yes.
2016?
That's correct.
And did that happen?
No.
And was there another date that had been discussed?
In Christmas time, we had talked about the potential for,
To come home for a visit? Had you talked about you going for a visit? There'd never been anything discussed about spring of 2016?
yes,
What was discussed about spring of 2016?
that the kids aren't coming down to the ground in the spring break time.
And that didn't happen?
No.
And was there another visit that had been discussed?
Not that I recall.
Was there a third time that you had discussed coming down in August of 2017?
Yes, with my parents.
So from your side of the family, the only family members that visited Savannah while she was in Missouri were your parents, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And was Savannah made aware of some of these potential visits?
And I know she went in November. I don't know about the others.
And prior to Savannah going to Missouri, had you ever been to Reva's home in Missouri? Did you have information about it? Did you understand where she lived and what facilities she had?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
The Savannah with cuts on her arms?
Yes.
Were those cuts anything, how would you describe those cuts?
Very light, superficial.
Was it always cutting?
I'm not recalling.
Okay. Did you ever see Savannah abuse pills?
No.
Did you ever see Savannah abusing or using fire to hurt herself?
No.
Did you ever see Savannah doing any other type of self-harm?
One time she scratched Emerson. That's the word. It was just fingernail scratches.
With this hospitalization visit in June of 2016, were you concerned about Savannah coming home?
I was.
Why was that?
Because of the targeted behavior she was exhibiting, mainly towards myself and her siblings.
After that hospitalization, did you then look for alternative housing arrangements?
Yes, discussed with her mother.
And Ms. Montek, were there one or multiple powers of attorney?
There was two.
And Ms. Wellborn previously showed you one that was dated January 10th of 2017. Was there one before that?
Yes.
And were either one of those powers of attorney signed by David Leckie?
No.
Who was responsible for Savannah's expenses when she had moved to Missouri? Living expenses.
The $250 that I put in plus whatever the house was needed beyond that would have gone to Rebecca.
Ms. Wellborn asked you about a spring of 16 visit. Was Savannah living in Missouri in spring of 16?
Yes.
In spring of 16?
I was 16.
Let me ask you this. When did Savannah move to Missouri?
August.
Would that have been in 2016?
That was pre-15. That was the other dates. So it would have been 16. Yeah, so no, she was not. Yes.
Let me show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 8? You're shaking your head. Is that a yes?
Yes, I don't.
Okay. What is that?
It's Mother's Day cards.
And did you receive that? When did you receive that?
And that's Mother's Day.
And would that have been May of 2017?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of that Mother's Day card that you received from Savannah?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 8 in evidence. Let me see.
No objection.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
We do have one, Your Honor. Just a moment.
Relating to the power of attorney. You said that there were 2 powers of attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And the first one was actually sent to David too, correct? For him to sign? Okay. And after you sent it to David, did you have any knowledge of whether that actually made it to Reba signed?
I know certainly did. I had no knowledge of it or not.
Okay, you didn't know for sure. And so then there was the second one that I showed you, correct? And you signed that in January of 2017?
Correct.
Okay. And it didn't have David's signature at that time, correct?
Correct.
And I do think I may have misspoken about the time whenever you were planning to visit, and I think that Mr. Brown clarified it, but Savannah wasn't in Missouri in spring of 2016, correct? But there had been some plans or talk to go visit her when she was in Missouri, which would have been spring or June of 2017, correct?
Correct. I don't know whether it was March. I thought it was in March, April.
In spring?
The spring.
Okay. Clarify, just to make sure we have the dates correct, that the visit that was supposed to be in spring of 2017 did not take place, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Are we down to the 3?
We've got we got Mr. Smart first, and then the 3 ladies.
Just take a 5-minute break.
Smart, would you state your full name first, please?
Buddy Smart,
Where do you live, sir?
Kingsville.
And are you employed?
I'm retired and I work on the side.
Where do you work on the side?
Lawnmower shop
There in Gainesville.
in Kingsville.
And Mr. Smart, do you know the defendant in this case, Rebecca Ruud? This person you know is Rebecca Ruud in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you point her out and describe what she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a white and basketball gun shirt, tan, whatever you call it at work.
Thank you. How'd you meet the defendant?
Over at the B&W, or Isabella.
You know about how long ago that was?
Back in 2016, 18, 16, 19.
And how did your relationship develop?
We just go work playing pool, and all it was, we just got over and she needed some up on the farm, so I went over and started helping on the farm.
And did you eventually move in on that farm?
Yes,
Where's the farm located?
it's located over at Theodosia, between Theodosia and Long Run.
And do you recall when you moved in on the farm?
September, toward the end of September
What year?
16.
Okay. And who all was living on the farm at that time?
It was Rebecca, Savannah, and Elmer was there part-time, and myself.
Okay, Elmer. Who's Elmer?
He's a truck driver that she knew that stopped in there when he wasn't on the road.
And what's Elmer's last name?
Guthrie.
He an acquaintance of yours?
I knew of him. My dad didn't know him for years, but I knew of him.
Okay, but he was only there on the weekends?
Yeah, weekends, and sometimes he'd be in there through the week, sometimes.
When you were living there, where did you stay? Where would you sleep?
I stayed in a little apartment in the shop.
Okay. And where did Elmer stay when he was there?
He was laying in his truck, slept in his truck.
Semi-truck?
Yes.
You said that there's a child named Savannah living there with the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And how often were you around Savannah?
Oh, we did woodwork and stuff, so it was about every day I was there, other than days I worked.
Okay, and what was your work schedule like then? Were you on the farm every day?
I was on the farm every day other than Wednesdays and weekends.
And where were you working then?
I was working at the Baxter Lab on home.
Okay. What kind of kid was Savannah?
Smart, intelligent, pretty good kid, yes.
Happy kid?
She was when I was around him.
And how long were you around? How long did you live on the farm?
I'm not for sure exactly when I did leave. I think it was either the 1st of February or the 1st of March. I can't remember which.
Of what year?
17.
2017? So about 6 months, September to February, March of
5 to 6
17?
months, yes.
Okay. During that time that you were living on the farm, did you ever know Savannah to try to hurt herself?
Not that I've seen.
Did you ever cut on herself or anything like that?
Not that I've ever seen.
What does Savannah do on the farm?
She take care of the animals. She help out brush, dump firewood, move the firewood.
Okay, what kind of stuff? We keep calling it a farm, but what was anything raised on the farm?
There was goats raised on the farm. She took care of them too.
Did y'all cut hay or wood?
Cut wood, cut some hay, but it wasn't on the farm.
How regular did you cut wood?
About every day.
And does Savannah participate in that?
Yes.
What kind of stuff does she do?
She hauled brush, taken a couple of wood, she'd put the wood over by the wood splitter, so we can split the wood.
She a good worker?
Yes.
Were there any problems with Savannah's hygiene? Keep it clean?
Yes.
All right, and what were those problems?
Well, she wouldn't take a bath. After a few days, she'd start smelling, so, yeah.
When she wouldn't do those things, did the defendant do anything about it?
She wouldn't for a little while, and then she'd start smelling her and have her go clean up.
What did the defendant do?
Well, one time I know she took the water hose and washed her outside with water hose.
Is that just one time?
She may have water hosed her down. I know of one time, maybe twice, that I know of.
Been some time since these happened, but do you remember giving a deposition in my office in Gainesville in March of 2018?
Yes, I remember being in the office.
Ms. Wellborn was there, and Mr. Kretzer and I were there. You were sworn, and Ms. Wellborn asked you a bunch of questions.
Yes.
You approach the witness? You may. I know this is awful difficult. This is the only cop I have. This is very difficult to see. Both can put the glasses. And Ms. Wellborn, we're at page 26, line 25 into page 27. And Mr. Smart, can you read that? That last sentence? They're going to go on to the sentence here. Your memory was a little bit better back in 2018 than it was today?
Yeah, it was pressure back then.
And back then you said that she had hosed her
Your
down.
Honor, I'm going to object as to leading here.
Well,
He just refreshed his memory. He should be able to testify as to what happened.
Okay. Re-ask your question.
all right. Back then when you talked about hosing her down, what did you say?
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object as to foundation here, too. He hasn't established that Mr. Smart recognizes or has read that and has agreed that it is an accurate representation, any of that stuff.
That's the question.
Well, actually, there's a problem with this because when we did this, there was a stipulation as to how we're going to handle this deposition if it was because there was no court reporter present. And my understanding was the agreement was if the transcript was prepared, we could use it at trial. Was I
And
mistaken?
properly.
Do you remember giving your deposition?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to read through this deposition?
No,
Okay.
I haven't read all the way through. No.
Let's just take a break. You read it, and then we'll come back. So take however long you want to read through your depo, and then we'll come back to the questions.
We will be here for a while, Judge. It's 86 pages.
Well, I mean, they're saying he can't identify it. He says, I haven't read it, so he's not saying that's mine.
I've read part of it. I have not read all of it because it's so small print, and I'm working, and I have not read all of it.
Okay, I'm just saying, the question was, have you read it? And you said no.
I've read part of it, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But you can you say that that is your deposition?
This is my deposition, yes, that I did.
Then go ahead with your question.
Okay, and at that time, when you said that she had been hosed down 3 times in a month, correct?
Yes.
All right. do anything else regarding Savannah's hygiene?
What do you mean?
Did she have her bathed anyplace else?
She did have her to go into the pond one
Your Honor,
time.
I'm going to object here as to relevance. Whenever the state amended their information to allege that Savannah's death was caused by burning or drugging, any of this stuff relating to hygiene or alleged abuse is no longer relevant to the charge that they're trying to prove.
Did you put her in the pond?
No. She walked into the pond. Rebecca did not put her in the pond.
Okay. Who directed her to go into the pond?
Who directed her?
Yes. Was she told to go in the pond?
Rebecca,
Okay. And she bathed in the pond?
yes.
Do you remember what month this was?
Not exactly. It had been somewhere around between December and probably January, February, right in there somewhere. I'm not exactly sure when it was.
And were there any hogs raised on the farm?
There was hogs there when I got there, yes.
And where were the hogs kept?
They was kept in the pen beside the shop.
And was there ever an incident involving Savannah and the hog pen?
Yes.
Can you explain that for us?
I really can't explain it because I did not witness it. I know she took her back there to make her crawl in the hog pen because she wanted to be dirty. But I did not witness it, and I don't know if she actually did or not.
Did you see Savannah after that incident?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see her at all after that
Oh,
incident?
I seen her after she cleaned up. She came back in the shop, yes.
After she cleaned up?
Yes.
After going through the hog pen?
As far as I know, she did.
Okay. Did Savannah have any small pets?
I think she had a guinea pig when I got over, and then her little goat that she had, the goat breed,
And where'd you keep the guinea pig?
in her camper.
And what happened to that guinea pig?
He got it taken away.
By whom?
Reba handed it to me to take and have me to go get rid of it.
Why'd you have to do that?
I'm not for sure why. I wasn't told why. I was just told to get rid of it.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
All right, Mr. Smart, I do have some questions for you here. Let's see. All right, Mr. Smart, you were also, in addition to the interview or the deposition that you did in Mr. Garabrandt's office back in 2018, you were also interviewed by law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall whether you made any statements about guinea pigs to law enforcement?
I'm not for sure. I don't know if they asked or not.
Okay. I had some questions for you about the hogs. You said that when you arrived at Reba's to reside, there were hogs, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how many? Were there a lot? Just a couple?
2, I think.
Were they big? Were they babies being raised up? Or what do you remember about them?
They were being raised up. They got old and they got big enough to where they went to their rightful owners.
Okay, so they were removed from the farm.
Yes.
Do you recall when that happened?
No, I don't.
Okay. Were there, even though you stated you didn't observe anything about this alleged hog pen incident, you said you were aware of roughly when it happened, or no?
Well, I was in the building whenever she had her to go do it. I did not witness it.
Okay. Do you remember what month that was, or roughly?
Roughly, I'm not for sure.
Okay.
It was just before I left over.
There were no hogs in the pen at the time, and it had been a little while since there had been hogs out there.
Yes.
Okay. And I know back in 2018, we asked you some questions, or some additional questions, about the pond incident, correct?
Yes.
And I recall we asked you about Savannah's demeanor at that time, correct? Like how she was behaving, or how she felt about the whole situation. Do you recall that?
Not really, but I'm sure you did ask me.
Okay. So if you don't remember asking, do you remember? You probably wouldn't remember what you answered then, would you?
I really can't. No, I don't know what I answered really.
Savannah wasn't upset.
I didn't hear she was, but she's been wanting to get in the pond the whole time I was over anyway to play.
Okay. And did she come back into the building in the warmth at that point quickly, or what happened after she came out of the pond?
She went back to the camper. I went in the shop. She got her clothes off and went in the camper and cleaned up and then come out to the shop, yes.
And she was able then to immediately get warmed up,
Yeah.
dressed, shower, whatever needed to happen? Okay. And there was heat available then for her?
Yes.
Okay. And she was allowed to go near the heat source and
Yes.
warm up? Okay. Was the guinea pig in good condition whenever you took it?
It seemed to be his.
Okay. Was it being taken care of properly?
As far as I know it was. Savannah's the one that took care of it.
It was in the camper?
It was in the camper, yes.
Did you go in the camper?
The only time I was in the camper is whenever we go in there to eat supper or something like that. But no.
Okay. Do you recall what the weather was like on the day of the walking into the pond?
It wasn't all that cold. I was out there in a t-shirt. I didn't have a jacket on. I
Okay.
don't remember.
It wasn't icy cold?
No, it wasn't snow or ice. No.
Okay. Not like dangerous wind chill, anything
No.
like that? Okay. Maybe one of those warmer January days we get in Missouri?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No, sir, thank you.
You may step down. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smartley, finally excused, Judge. You may. You're free.
Next witness.
You need to come this way, sir.
Okay.
Next witness.
I don't know which way they're gonna come on. It's 11:30.
Yeah, I think I'll start with Jessica. She's pretty clear. Your Honor, say I'll call Jessica Wallen.
Affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
have
What have you been convicted of?
drug trafficking,
Okay. What county was that out of?
Douglas and Green.
All right. And when did those occur?
2016, 2017.
All right. Are you currently on probation or parole?
I am
Which one?
parole.
All right. Have you been in trouble since? Have you ever spent time in Missouri's county jails?
Yes.
In 2017, were you housed in a county jail?
Yes.
Which jail?
Green, Douglas, and Ozark.
Okay. When were you housed in Ozark County Jail?
I want to say it was from May or June of 2017 to October of 2017.
And what charges were you being housed on in Ozark County?
Drug trafficking, but it was for Douglas County. I was just being housed there.
Okay, so your charges were out of Douglas, but you were being housed in Ozark County.
Correct.
All right. And is there anybody here in the courtroom today that you recognize from your time at the Ozark County Jail?
Yes.
Could you identify that person for us?
Rebecca Ruud.
Could you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's right here at this table. She's wearing a polka dotted shirt and brown
Okay.
over jacket.
I would ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
You will?
Thank you, Your Honor. When you arrived at the Ozark County Jail, was the defendant already housed there?
No.
All right. When did she arrive to the Ozark County Jail?
I've been there probably a month and a half, I'd say.
Okay. Were you in the same pod as the defendant?
I was.
And how many women were in that pod?
When she came, it was like 5 or 6, I'd say.
Was there also a woman named Sarah Johnson with you in the pod at some point?
Yes.
Do you recall when she was housed with you in that pod?
She was already there when Rebecca came in, I want to say, but I really don't recall.
All right. Did you and the defendant have occasions to talk while you all were incarcerated in the Ozark County Jail?
Yes.
And do you remember the nature of your conversations with the defendant?
Yeah.
All right. And were they about her pending charges?
Not at first, but eventually, yes.
Okay. Did you and the defendant establish a rapport with each other?
Sure.
All right. And did you eventually ask what the defendant was charged with?
I knew ahead of time what she was charged with. It was kind of a big deal when they got brought in. I had no idea what was going on, of course.
Was it kind of the talk of the jail?
Yeah. It was on the news, so of course everybody knew about it.
Right. Did you and the defendant eventually talk about her case?
Yes.
Right. And did you and the defendant ever talk about her daughter and her daughter's adoptive mom?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that conversation?
She was concerned about something to do with money and trying to save her farm. The adoptive mother had owed her some money. I really don't recall the logistics of what transpired financially between the two. But there was a conversation held, yes.
But it was a conversation about money?
Yeah.
All right. Did she mention not getting money?
Yeah.
And would that have been from her adoptive mom?
Yes, correct.
All right. Do you recall the defendant ever talking about pills?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that conversation?
She wanted to know if I knew if there was any way to trace any kind of pain medication in a person's system, how long it was there, things of that nature.
All right. What kind of pills were those? Did she mention that?
Hydrocodones.
Was the discussion of hydrocodone pills prompted or unprompted?
It was unprompted. She came to me with questions regarding her case and just kind of some advice, I guess.
And was there a claim about did the defendant ever talk about using those pills in any way?
She did. She said that she had crushed some up and put them in some Kool-Aid and gave them to her daughter.
Did she tell you who her daughter was?
She did.
All right, who was that?
Savannah.
All right. And did you and the defendant ever talk about Robert Pete?
Briefly.
All right, what was that about?
That she had just married him. They weren't together for too long before they got married.
There wasn't very in-depth conversation, but
Did she tell you why she got married to Robert P.?
that he couldn't testify against her.
Did you ever see the defendant express any remorse about her daughter?
Not a single time.
Now, have you been offered anything in consideration for your testimony here today?
Absolutely not.
In fact, did you go to prison?
I did.
And were you ever charged in Ozark County by Mr. Garibrandt with anything?
No.
So no plea deal with Mr. Garibrandt?
No. I came to the sheriff, I guess. I willingly came forward because it just was so sick. Being a mother, I just didn't understand.
Is it safe to say that the things the defendant told you shocked your senses?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
At this time, Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Hello, Ms. Johnson?
This is Ms. Walton.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Wall. Okay. Sorry, the wrong one. Did you, when you were in that pod, how many people were in a pod or a cell together?
At the time, there was, I want to say 5 to 6, not much more than that.
Okay. And was there were you able to use a phone in the cell? Okay. And was there a phone in your cell area there?
No, just in the pod, the day room where everybody would come out of their cells.
Okay, so anybody could overhear your conversations?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you could hear other people's conversations? All right. And did you, sorry, just one second. Kathy Hilton?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you do know Sarah Johnson?
Yes.
All right. And you were in the pod together at the same time?
No.
With the same time that you were in there with Ms. Ruud?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that I believe you told them that you did not get any consideration for making your statement. You just come forward, correct?
Yes.
But you asked for some, didn't you?
What do you mean?
You asked for some consideration.
When?
You wrote a letter, correct?
Oh, yeah, I did.
And in that letter you said, I've been quite helpful in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And I've given a written statement.
Mm-hmm.
And I would typically never do anything like that. Okay. And you are probably, and I'm going to ask you this, did you and Sarah sign this letter?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you are probably one of their best witnesses, correct?
I have no idea. I haven't followed the case. I don't know much about it.
That's what you told them in this letter.
Well, just because of the confession that I just heard.
Okay. And then you say, please, really, I've turned my life around. Please help us.
I was just trying to state to the courts that I wanted to make a change in my life. I was doing the right thing, and I just wanted that to be noted.
But you wanted some help with something, correct, for your
That
statement?
wasn't the reason for my statement. That came after the fact.
Who did you send this letter to?
I really don't even know. It's been so long ago.
So I think you mentioned earlier that you did provide a written statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who did you talk with someone?
I did.
Who did you talk to?
I believe it was Deputy Dawes.
Okay. Do you know if that conversation was recorded in any way?
I believe it was.
And during part of that conversation, do you know the date of that statement?
No, I don't.
Reviewed your statement before coming in today?
Briefly, yes.
And so in your statement, you you're writing that you have talked with Reba for a while, and she talks about money, correct? Mm-hmm. And you talk about that she wants to protect her husband from anything, correct? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Approach the witness yard. Jessica, I'm going to show you what I've marked as, for identification purposes, as Defendant's Exhibit M. And can you tell me what this says it is?
It's a voluntary statement.
Okay, and is that your name?
It is.
Is that your handwriting?
It is.
Okay, and you, looks like there's a statement there, correct?
Correct.
And is that your signature at the
It
bottom? Okay, so you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just read over that to yourself, and then I'll ask you some more questions. Get a chance to refresh your recollection on
Yes.
that? Okay. In this statement that you made, looks like it's about a paragraph long, correct? Mm-hmm. Do you talk about putting drugs in Kool-Aid anywhere in there?
No.
I just asked you if
yes,
you did.
No, I did not.
And I may have just...
Okay.
So, you're testifying today that there were drugs, and she said something about drugs and Kool-Aid, but you didn't write that at the time.
No, I did not.
And your memory would have been more closer to the time that she said this when you wrote this, correct?
Correct.
So, your testimony is different today.
It is. Can I elaborate?
No. Were you talked to by someone else later, actually more recently, by a law enforcement officer involved with the case? Like April?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And did you make another statement then?
Yes.
Okay. And that statement that when you talked to the other law enforcement officer in, I guess, April of 22, that's like 4.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
And there's been a lot of media attention to this case, hasn't there been?
I haven't followed it. I'm sure there has.
Okay. Nothing further.
Just a few redirect questions, Your Honor. Is everything that you had to offer in that written statement, all the information you had to offer in that written statement?
No, at the very bottom it says I'd rather talk to an officer in person.
And why would you rather talk to an officer in person?
Just because there's so much detail. I didn't want to write it all out. I just wanted to speak on it.
And Ms. Duvall mentioned a note about asking for something from the sheriff or the court, correct?
Correct.
And you never received anything, correct?
No, I did
Right.
not.
And do you know, have you followed media attention in this case?
I haven't, honestly.
Have you talked, other than with law enforcement, have you talked with anybody else about this case since you were released from jail?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And you did say that you spoke with a law enforcement officer. You actually got to speak with one, correct?
Yes.
And is there any, do you recall whether or not you told them that there was drugs in a Kool-Aid?
Yeah, I did.
If they,
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
I do.
Okay.
When did you write that statement? What was the date on the statement again?
okay, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I don't think I got it out, so I don't know that. What date did you write that statement?
September 1st, 2017.
When did you make the unwritten statement to the deputy?
It was the same day. They pulled me out right after
And that was with Dodd?
Yes.
Did you ever see any police report about that conversation with the officer?
I don't believe so.
And in that statement, you said several things about what Ms. Ruud had told you, right? But you left out the statement of, she said she crushed up some pills and put them in the Kool-Aid for the victim.
Right, correct. And at the bottom, I put that I wanted to speak with an officer because I felt like it was all going to be recorded. And I just didn't want to write everything out. There was so much detail, there was so much going on that I didn't realize I needed to write it all in a written statement.
But you wrote out about, she talked to you about her daughter and adoptive mom and not getting money. You wrote all that out?
Yeah.
And you wrote out that there was any way to trace pills, that there's hydros.
Yeah, I did not write that.
You didn't write that?
No, I verbally spoke it. It was being recorded as far as...
She thought it was more important to put down that she was complaining about not getting money from the adoptive mom and the others.
I just felt like it was more important.
Okay. You can set down.
All right.
Guess we want to break for lunch. I assume that they're all going to be about 15, 20, 30 minutes long.
I think Ms. Johnson will be about 15, 20, 30 minutes long. Maybe Ms. Hilton will probably be longer, Your Honor.
You're going to do one of them now or break for lunch?
Let's do Ms. Johnson now, and then we can break for lunch.
Okay.
So, the state would call Sarah Johnson. Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
What have you been convicted of?
I was convicted back in 2013 of a child endangerment charge.
Okay. Were you placed on probation for that?
Yes, I was.
All right. And did you have occasion to violate your probation at some point?
Yes.
And were you placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And at some point, have you been housed in, well, you just answered that you've been housed in jail. At some point, were you housed in the Ozark County Jail?
Yes.
What year was that?
2017.
Right. You recall why you were housed there?
I had pending charges out of Douglas County, and my co-defendant in that case caused some problems, so I got transferred to Ozark County to be housed there.
All right. And do you recall what dates you were housed in Ozark County?
I'm not sure the exact date. It was around the middle of August until like the first week of September.
And what happened with your Douglas County charges?
They were dropped.
And is there anybody here in the courtroom today that you recognize from the Ozark County Jail?
Yes.
All right. And who is that?
The defendant, Rebecca Ruud.
And is that the woman seated at the end of council table?
Yes.
All right. I ask that the witness has, the record reflects the witness has identified the defendant.
It will.
Thank you. Was the defendant in the Ozark County Jail when you arrived?
No, she was not.
When was she brought in?
I don't recall the exact date.
But when she arrived in the Ozark County Jail, was she placed in general population or in solitary confinement?
I believe that she was in a holding cell. I'm not sure exactly how long, but I believe that she was in a holding cell for a few days before they brought her in.
Okay. Was she eventually released from that holding cell?
Your Honor, he's leading the witness. He's giving her the answers.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Duvall. I'll ask another question. Did you eventually have contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Was that after she was released from the holding cell?
Yes.
All right. How many women were housed in that pod with you?
67. There wasn't very many of us.
Was the defendant housed with you?
Yes.
Was she your cellmate?
She was.
And during your time as being her cellmate, did you build a rapport with her?
We talked a lot. We played cards a lot.
Can you tell us about your acquaintanceship with the defendant? How friendly were you with her?
We weren't like too friendly, but we did talk. I mean, when she'd get down a little bit, she'd go into the cell, and I'd go in there and ask her if she was okay, and if she ever needed to talk or wanted to talk, she could talk to me.
And did y'all talk?
A few times we did.
And did you ask about what she was in for?
No, I did not.
Or did you ask her what she was charged with?
I did not.
Did she talk to you about what she was charged with?
Not that I can recall.
Did you provide a written statement to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 34. First statement. Okay, take a moment. Well, first off, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your written statement?
Yes, it is.
And could you take a moment to read over that written statement, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Defendant talk about her daughter?
On occasion.
Okay. Can you tell me about those conversations?
There was one conversation, it was after they had locked us down in our cell and shut the lights down. We had went and sat on the floor by the door because it was the only light source that we could get from the day room, and we were playing cards. I don't remember exactly how the conversation came about, but there was a conversation about how her daughter had run away and that her daughter, about how her daughter had run away and that her daughter was real big on pills and had taken off with one of her prescriptions when she had took off.
Did she ever give you any background information about her daughter? Did you and the defendant ever talk about the murder of Savannah?
No, not really. It was mainly more that she was so sad that she had ran off and run away.
And she told you that she ran away from the farm?
Yes, that she believed that she had ran away.
During her time in the jail, during your time in the jail with her, was there ever a discussion about bones being located?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to him leading the witness.
It is not leading the witness, Ms. Duvall.
Overruled.
Could you answer that question, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
There was a discussion once it came across the
I
news
think
that
that's not the question. The question was there ever a discussion about bones
And that's
with the defendant?
yes.
okay. What was that discussion? Could you tell us the details of that?
The discussion was that when the bones had came back and they had made a positive identity on it, she was 100% certain that it was not her daughter, that it was not a 100% match. A 99.9% match is not enough, in her words, to make an identity because it was 100%.
Were you ever charged in Ozark County, Missouri with any crimes?
No.
Did you did you receive any sort of consideration for your testimony here today?
No.
Did you ask the sheriff or ask the court or ask the prosecutor for a potential plea deal or anything in regards to this information?
No.
Do you recall sending a letter? Strike that. Did you talk to the Ozark County Sheriff's Office about this information?
Yes.
And did you talk with a member of the Attorney General's office?
I do not recall.
Okay. Did you? And you said your charges were dropped.
Out of Douglas County, yes.
Do you know why?
My co-defendant in that case took the charges so they'd be dropped against me because everything that I was being charged with was his.
Okay, what kind of charge was it?
I had a felon in possession of a firearm and hindering the prosecution of a felon.
Okay. Can you tell us? Oh, sorry, go ahead. No further questions for this witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, I have just a couple of things to go over with you. So I want to make sure I'm understanding. So you were in a pod, there was a pod, and in that pod there's different cells, is that, okay. And you were in a cell with Ms. Ruud, or were you just in the pod with Ms. Ruud?
I was in a cell.
Okay. And when, let me ask you about phones. Can you make phone calls from the jail?
In the day room, they have a phone in the day room, but that is the only phone in the pod.
Okay, but it's in the pod?
Yes.
Okay, and can you hear people when they're on the phone?
Sometimes it just depends on if they talk louder or they decide to hush, quiet.
People can hear you?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you ever make any phone calls on that phone that you can recall?
Every once in a while, I think I made like one or two, just to see how everybody was doing.
Do you know if Reba made any phone calls? Do you recall if she made any phone calls?
She did.
Okay. And so you could have possibly overheard some of her calls?
It's possible.
Okay. And in your, I actually just want to, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. And we have something marked, but I'm just going to use the state's marked copy already. And this is going to be state's exhibit, is that 34? I'm sorry.
34, yes.
Okay. 34. And I just want to ask you a couple of questions about it. So, is that states it's a voluntary statement, correct?
Correct.
And is that your name?
Yes.
Sarah Johnson?
Yes.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes.
And is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
And what date was that written on?
September 1st, 2017.
All right. And at what time?
About 3:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. And you were, at that time, you were pod mates anyway with Jessica Wellen? Okay. And so you had access to talk to Miss Wellen while you were in custody?
I did have access, yes.
Okay. And I do want to ask you one other question. Sorry, I'll give this to you so match it back. In your testimony today, you said that you did talk to her when she was feeling down. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you would go into the cell and talk to her.
If that's where she was, yes.
Okay. So was there any other people in the cell with you at that time, or just you and her?
It was just me and her.
Okay. Do you know why she was down? Did she ever tell you?
She was concerned about Robert and what she could do to protect him.
And did she ever say anything, was she down about anything else that you recall?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And do you recall writing a letter along with Jessica about getting some special treatment or getting something out of your testimony?
I remember there being a letter, yes.
Okay. Do you have anything? And do you recall signing that letter?
I do not recall signing it.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit O for identification purposes. Can you look at that letter and just kind of look at it, read it to yourself? And is your signature on the bottom of that page?
That is my name, but that is not my signature.
Okay. Were you aware of this?
I had heard something about there being a letter written.
But you didn't authorize a letter
I
written?
didn't physically sign it, no.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Yes, did you and Jessica Wallen ever talk about your testimony here today?
No,
Have you seen Jessica Wallen since you left the Ozark County Jail?
I have not.
Do you know Kathy Hill?
No.
Did you receive any sort of special treatment for your testimony here today?
No.
No further questions?
Nothing further.
So step down and you're free to go.
Take lunch break, too.
Lunch break for lunch. See you back at 1:15.
Yes, since you got covered.
But you didn't get there on this
Oh, okay.
picked it up and put it in.
Okay.
But
Fair enough. Oh, yeah.
we're almost done. One more witness.
She wants to start to pick her up.
affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? We're going to be seated.
Kathy, would you take the certificate?
Could you state your name for the record?
Kathy Hilton.
Miss Hilton, the first thing I'm going to get to is, have you been convicted of any crimes?
I absolutely have.
What have you been convicted of?
Forgery and stealing.
Okay, where were those convictions out of?
Greene and Christian in Taney County.
Okay. Were they all around the same time?
Yes.
All right, do you have any pending charges?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
I am.
All right. In 2018, well, strike that. Have you, when those charges were pending, did you have occasion to spend time in Missouri's county jails?
I did.
Did you spend time in the Taney County jail?
I did.
When did you spend time in the Taney County jail?
It was the first part of 2018 is when I got arrested, and that's where I was at until June, the 1st of June, I think, and then I was transferred
Okay, out of Taney County?
out of Taney County, yes.
And when you were housed in Taney County, were you in a pod in that jail?
I guess that's what it was.
And how many people were in that pod with you?
I don't know. There was quite a few of those girls.
Is there anybody here in the courtroom today that you recognize from your time at the Taney County Jail?
Absolutely.
All right, and could you identify that person and tell us what she's wearing?
Rebecca, she's wearing a tan looking at something. I don't know what she's got on there.
Okay, I would ask the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
I will.
And when you arrived at the Taney County Jail, was the defendant already there?
Yes, she was.
And did you and the defendant develop a rapport of any kind?
We did.
Okay, could you tell us about that?
When I first got in there, she just started socializing with me and stuff and started doing my hair in the mornings and stuff, and that's where we kind of communicated and started to get to know each other.
Okay. And was that your first encounter with the defendant, y'all doing each other's hair?
Yes, I had never met her before prior.
And let me ask you, had you followed this case at all prior to your time in jail?
Absolutely not. Didn't know anything about it until I got to jail.
All right. And were you generally following any media coverage prior to your time in jail?
No, I was not in the right state of mind to be worrying about anything else that was going on in the world.
All right. And while you guys were doing each other's hair, did y'all talk about what you were in for?
Yes, we did.
And what did the defendant tell you she was in for?
She told me she was in there for murdering her daughter.
All right. And at first, did she tell you any facts about her case at first?
No, I asked her at first if she did it. She told me no.
Right.
And then we just talked from there.
Over the course of your time at the Taney County Jail, did you build a friendship with the defendant?
Yes, at first, yes.
Okay. Did she eventually talk to you about the circumstances leading up to the murder?
Yes, she
did. Did she tell you who was dead?
Yeah, her daughter.
Okay. Did she say who her daughter was?
I don't remember her name.
Okay. All right. And did she tell you about her daughter's death?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
You want me to tell you what she told me, what she did?
Yes.
Okay. She murdered her daughter. She drugged her daughter. And after she drugged her daughter, she took her daughter to a piece, she had some kind of a farm or something that they lived on. She took her daughter to a burn pile that she had on the property, placed her daughter in there, and burned her child. But her child wasn't dead. Her child came back to life. Went in the middle of burning her, and she beat her in the face with a rake. I'm pretty sure it was a rake, and until she was gone.
Okay. Now let me back up a little bit about the drugging. Did she give you any specifics about the drugging?
I don't know in great detail. I just know, I remember her telling me that she had drugged her. I don't know what with, but she had drugged her.
All right. Did the defendant tell you anything about her husband?
Yeah, she was pretty obsessed with him.
Okay. Did she say who that was?
I don't remember his name, but I know she's pretty fond of him.
All right. Miss Hilton, do you know Sarah Johnson? Do you know a Sarah Johnson? Is that a no?
No.
Do you know a Jessica Wallen?
No.
Were you ever housed during the pendency of your charges in the Ozark County Jail?
No.
Did you receive anything from the state of Missouri in consideration for your testimony here today?
Absolutely not.
Who prosecuted you? What counties prosecuted you?
Christian County prosecutor in Taney, but my case was in Taney County.
It was a Christian County case in Taney County?
It was a Taney County case, but Christian County prosecutor was who done my case.
Okay. And the Christian County prosecutor, did they give you any sort of special consideration for your testimony?
Not. And I didn't ask for anything either because I knew I was just going to get probation. I'd never been in trouble prior.
Okay. And you said you also received charges out of Greene County?
I did.
Did the Greene County prosecutor give you anything in consideration?
Absolutely did not.
Did Mr. Garrebrink here, as the former Ozark County prosecutor, give you anything in consideration?
No, he did not.
Why are you testifying today here as a witness?
Because as a person and the way I was raised and the way I believe, it's the right thing to do. That child can't speak for herself. And somebody's got to speak for her, I guess. And what she did is just terrible.
I want to go back real quick to your criminal convictions. Was there also an incident where you stuck some pills into the jail?
I did.
And did you plead guilty to that?
I did.
And did you receive probation for that?
I did.
All right, at this time, Your Honor, I'll pass this witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hilton. I have a few questions for you. I have some stuff to go over. So, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but were you arrested on May 19th for forgery of 2018?
I don't exactly know the date, but yes, I was arrested in 2018 at sometime first that year.
Okay. And if I told you that the records indicate that it was the 19th, would you have any reason to doubt that?
Probably not, no.
Okay. And I want to talk to you about the drug charge that you had. You brought drugs into the jail.
I absolutely did.
On the 19th?
Yes, I did.
And on the 20th of May, they found those, correct?
I don't know what date it was.
Was it the day after you got there?
I couldn't even tell you.
Okay.
I just know it was after I had gotten there.
Were you, other than the charges that you received for that, were you punished in the jail in any manner for that?
I was on lockdown.
Okay. And do you know how long you were on lockdown for?
Not very long.
Okay.
Maybe a little over a week, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall the date that you came, that you talked to the officers about your statement?
No, I do not.
Okay. The witness, Your Honor. Is this appear to be a voluntary statement?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your name on there?
It is.
And does that appear to be your handwriting?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
And what's the date on that?
6/5/18.
Okay. So do you have any reason to doubt that it would have been 6/5/18 when you spoke to them?
That's probably when I spoke to them.
Okay. Now, I want to just go over a few things. I know the prosecutor asked you about some of the things that you had actually been in trouble for.
Right.
So you've been in trouble for forgery, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 counts of forgery, correct?
In Taney County it was.
Yes, there's, okay. And you were convicted of stealing out of Christian County?
Yes.
And that was one count of stealing?
Yes.
And you were convicted of possession of controlled substance based on the drugs you brought into the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And you've also had 2 convictions for non-support, correct?
Yeah, but it's bail.
Okay, but you weren't convicted of those, okay. Now, so I think, let me look at my paperwork here. Make sure I had something, looking at something correctly. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I think that I forgot to mention earlier when I approached the witness that the document she was looking at was marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit P. On your forgery case that you were arrested on in May of 2018, did you, prior to pleading guilty to that, did you look at police reports and the evidence provided by the state against you?
No.
You didn't?
I don't. Yeah, they showed me something when I very first got arrested, but I was not in good shape when I got arrested.
Did you have an attorney?
I had some public defender, yeah.
Okay. And that person never went through the discovery with you?
No.
Okay. But you pled guilty to that?
I did. I wanted out of jail.
Okay. Well, I just want to make clear, because there's some confusion. So, on that, if the police report on that, for that, indicated that you were arrested on May 19th of 2018, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, I wouldn't.
All right. And if the police report for the possession of the controlled substance indicated that it was found on you on May 20th, so which was the next day of 2018, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, I wouldn't think so.
All right. And then you were placed in the hole, or I say the hole, I'm sorry. Lockdown, correct? All right. And you were placed, you don't recall how long you were placed in lockdown?
I do not.
Okay.
Exactly know how long I was on lockdown.
And do you have, could it have been 20 days?
No, it was not that long. I don't think so. I don't.
But you don't have any really...
I don't have an exact date, but I don't think I was...
Were you placed in lockdown any other time during your time there? For flashing someone maybe?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's the thing.
Okay.
That's the answer.
So, let's see here. So I have some questions about something, and maybe you can help me out with that. You were arrested, well, do you recall speaking with the detectives that day, right? No, I'm sorry, on June 5th, when you spoke to them.
I guess if that was the date, yeah.
Yeah, we went over that on the report. Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I remember talking to them, yes.
And that was of June 15th of 2018, or June 5th, I'm sorry, June 5th of 2018.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall, you told them that you had been in custody about a month at that time, correct?
I have no idea.
Have you reviewed any statements that you made besides your written statement?
No.
Police reports regarding the statements?
No.
Talked to any other law enforcement since that time?
No.
Talked to any investigators from the prosecutor's office during that time, since that time?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay.
Other than when I met with them.
And them, you're speaking of who?
The cops and the prosecuting attorney there.
Okay. And when was that?
The other day.
Okay. So prior to that, you hadn't met with anybody else?
No, the only other cop I talked to was the cop that served me a subpoena.
Okay. In your statement from June 5th, you indicated that Miss Ruud had told you she had lye burns on her arm, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote that in your statement. It was important, correct?
I don't know. I haven't, I skimmed over it the other day, but I can't even tell you what it said.
Okay. May I approach her?
I've not thought about this since the day I left jail.
I'm going to let you read through that, and you don't have to read that loud, just read through it, refresh your memory.
I don't see anything but the line in it.
I want to approach you back to this, and I'm going to go over this with you here. You say here, and you can correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but said she knows they didn't find any bones on her place because she got rid of all of them. She said that that's how she got the burns on her arms because of stuff lye splashed on her.
I don't know.
Does that say that?
I can't see because I don't have my glasses on, so I'm looking at it as best as I can, okay?
Okay.
certified, but okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Q, and I'm going to ask you just a few questions about this. And if you need to hold it up to you so you can see it, that would be fine. Is this your name?
It is.
Okay. And do you recall, and let's see here. And what, is this your name?
It is.
Okay. And is that, I'm not going to read it, is that your social security number? Yeah. And is that what you were charged with?
Yes.
Okay. And is Saturday, May 19th when it says that they placed you under arrest?
Yes, this was this.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask to take judicial notice of Taney County case number 1846 CR 00823-01.
Oh, I have an objection to that, Judge.
Be admitted. Take judicial notice.
May I approach? I'm going to go through the same thing here with this one. So is this your name?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the charge that you were charged with for the drugs you brought into the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And does this say here the criminal offenses occurred on the 20th of May 2018?
Yeah.
Okay. I would ask the court to take judicial notice of Taney County case 1846-CR 02589-01.
And what is the exhibit?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It is the, this is actually just the CaseNet printout of the charges.
I thought you put an exhibit sticker on it.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Defendant's Exhibit R.
Okay. Any objection?
I mean, I think it's cumulative because she's already admitted to what she's been convicted of, but I have no objection, Your Honor.
I'll take judicial notice and we'll admit it.
Okay. So I guess I kind of only have a couple more things for you to talk to you about. You just testified that you were raised to be truthful,
Yeah.
but you were charged with forgery and
I'm
stealing.
trying. I had a moment in life in 2017. Not proud of it, but I owned it. I got into
Okay, I don't need an explanation. I just ask you a question, a yes or no question. Did you, and you said, I believe you testified just a moment ago that you were raised to do right by kids. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you had non-support cases, correct?
I did. I got behind
That's
money,
not-
but it's
that's
paid
okay.
off. Taken care
You're
of.
stuck with the answer you get, Ms. Duval.
I can stop her from speaking and not being not responsive.
Make your objection.
I will make it to the court. Now, I have a little confusion. Maybe you can help me with this. So on May 19th of 2018, you were arrested for forgery, correct?
Right?
And on May 20th, you were arrested, or you found with the drugs, correct?
Right?
And you were placed in lockdown.
Yes.
And then you made this statement on May 6th, correct? I'm sorry, June 5th. God, I'm really losing my mind. June 5th.
Yeah.
Okay, so if my calculation is correct, that's 17 days between those two things, correct?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. And you were in lockdown.
I was not in lockdown the entire time.
Thank you. That's all I have for
Ms. Hilton, after you gave this written statement to law enforcement, did you continue to talk to the defendant?
No. We were not speaking at that time.
Why did you stop speaking with the defendant?
I stopped speaking to her. The last time I spoke to her is when she took me into her cell and she was showing me pictures of her and her husband and kid, a different kid. And that's when the last time we finished our conversation and what she'd done. I never spoke to her again.
Did she tell you why she did this to her daughter?
Well, she just said she wasn't ever cut out to be a mother. She was kind of wrapped up in her own world and had her own thing going on. She said she just wasn't cut out to be a mom.
Did the defendant ever talk about an adoptive mother?
Yeah, she said that her kids stayed at an adopted place out of state.
Okay. And what kids was she, did you know what kids?
2 girls is all I know.
Okay. Did the defendant talk to you about her daughter at all?
Not the other one that lives, that's still alive. She didn't say much about her.
What did she say about her deceased daughter?
She told me that she had a disability and that she said that she had problems with her at home sometimes and stuff, but...
No further questions. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
At this time, you're on. One thing, Judge. Almost forgot these, Judge. At this time, Judge, the state would move to admit State's Exhibits 20 and 21 into evidence. Those are the jail affidavit.
I'm sorry, can I see that?
I gave they're the affidavits from the county jails.
That they were there?
That they were there.
Okay, yeah, okay, now I see this.
Acknowledge Ms. 20 and 21.
There's lots of affidavits going on for me, so.
And at this time, Judge, the state would rest.
Okay. Now, we're going to take a break in a minute. I think that, I don't know if you're going to follow motion or not, but I want to talk to Mr. Ruud a second. I'm going to advise you this, then we're going to take a break. You have the right to testify or not to testify in this trial. It's up if you want to. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you want to testify, nobody can stop you. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you don't want to testify, nobody can force you to testify. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you don't testify, I can't use that as any evidence of guilt or innocence either way, just that you didn't testify. You understand?
Correct.
But in the end, it's your decision and yours alone whether you testify or not. You understand that?
I understand.
You may talk to your attorney, they may give you advice, but in the end, it is your decision and yours alone. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any questions about this, right?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, do you guys have a motion, or are you ready for recess, and I'll let you talk with your client? I don't know what you're going to do. I just wanted to tell her that and then take a break and see if she had any questions about it.
Yeah, we can take a break, Your Honor. That'd be good.
Okay, let's take about a 10-minute recess and we'll move.
So are you telling me I need to just...
Well, we have no HR in Missouri. I'm talking to this person who says that does benefits. I said, well, you need to send us documents. Social Security, you get it from your HR department. I thought that was the Supreme Court. Then I thought it was Oscar. None of them have a clue what I'm talking about. So you need to count all the health care providers. She said, well, that's odd. Everything you goes to one HR. So, well, you are talking about the state.
Try dealing with Packers when they changed the law for vesting while you're still in office.
So we ready to go back on the record?
I think so, Judge.
Okay. So we're back on the record. The state was rested. In the defense.
Your Honor, we do have a motion on the approach. Your Honor, I think at this point we just want to stand on the motion and just say that the state has failed to prove the elements of the crimes alleged in the information.
Okay. State no yet?
No argument, Judge. I think we've made a submissible case, Your Honor.
As the attorneys know, I'm understanding that maybe the live streaming world doesn't really know the law, but it doesn't take a lot to get past the motion for judgment of acquittal. It's not a finding of guilt, innocent, or anything else, but I think there is enough to get past the motion for judgment of acquittal, so I will overrule it. Okay. So, any witnesses from the defense?
I don't know if the state wants to, well, I don't know if the judge wants to take up what the court had discussed with Ms. Ruud before.
No, I assume that I talked to her, we've taken a break, she's talked to you, I'll leave it up, I assume that if you do something that she didn't want to do, she will tell me, but I just wanted to make sure she understood, even though I know you've gone over a lot with her probably about her testifying or not. I just wanted to make a record that she hadn't been advised of that in court, and leave it up to the attorneys to tell me what they want to do.
And, Your Honor, I will tell the court that Ms. Ruud has opted to not just take the stand today.
Okay.
Thank you. And we do have a witness. Amy Macbeth. Amy Macbeth. It is, and I will say for the court, it is A-I-M-E-E, and then Macbeth is M-C-B-E-T-H.
Testimony about the give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And could you please state your name for the record?
Amy.
And Amy, how are you employed?
I'm employed at Taney County Jail.
And how long have you been employed with Taney County Jail?
September this year will be 12 years.
Okay. And have you, what do you do at the Taney County Jail?
I am a sergeant. I'm a correctional officer.
Okay. Can you tell us some of the job duties that you have at the jail?
Just watching the inmates and feeding them and making sure they have the basic needs they need.
Okay. And is this the same type of things you were doing in May in May of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And you've dealt with, I assume, you had dealt with a lot of inmates, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay. On I'm going to redirect your attention to May 20th of 2018. You were employed at Taney County, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you recall an incident with an inmate named Kathy Hilton?
Only from the report that I heard.
Okay, so you don't have an independent recollection of it?
No, I do not.
But you did make a report of that incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and can you tell me what that incident was?
It was passed on to me that she had...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
You can't say what anybody else said. So what, if anything, did you do with regard to the information you received?
What did I do with it?
What did you do with the information that you received?
Gave it to my corporal.
Okay. And do you know what, if anything, happened in relation to that?
A search was done.
Okay. Did you perform that search?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know if anything was a result of that search?
Some Xanax was found.
Okay. And with regard to Kathy Hilton, do you know if, are you aware if she was punished in any way for that?
Report says she was on lockdown.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Did you write the report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As part of your jobs, do you deal with or address conduct violations?
Yes, I do.
With regard to the inmates?
Yes.
Okay. So it's standard that you do that?
Yes.
And did you address this particular conduct?
That I cannot recall.
Okay. But you did a report on this that you recall?
That report, yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness chair? Do you recognize the document that I've placed in front of you?
Yes.
And what is that?
That would be the report on that incident.
And that's from the Taney County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And that's a jail incident report?
Yes.
And who does it indicate this report was made by?
Amy and Beth.
All right. And what was the incident date of this report?
5/20/2018.
All right. And in this report, is it indicated what happened to Ms. Hilton as a result of this violation?
Inmate Hilton is on lockdown.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I actually told the court which I'm sorry. Defendant's Exhibit S. Said you gave it to me earlier, but.
Oh, yes.
And it was for identification purposes. Now, you said you don't have an independent recollection of this particular event, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay. As a corrections officer that's been at Taney County for a substantial period of time now, could you say generally what kind of punishment would someone begin for this type of conduct?
That rule violation goes with a 20-day lockdown.
All right. Now I have one other question for you, because I think the state's going to ask you about it, but I'm going to ask you. Have you had any write-ups for your own?
I had a verbal counseling in May of this year for not releasing money in December.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. McBeth, you have no independent recollection of this incident, correct?
Yes, sir, I do not.
And So you can't say if you placed Hilton in lockdown or someone else placed Hilton in lockdown, correct?
I can't say that I personally placed her in lockdown, but
You just notated it in your report that Hilton is in lockdown. Your report doesn't notate that she's placed in lockdown for a certain number of days, correct?
that is correct.
And you don't work 24/7, 365 days a year, correct?
Well, no, I'm not supposed to.
You go home sometimes, right?
I do.
Okay. And so you didn't have an independent observation of Miss Hilton at all times while she was in lockdown, correct? And how are inmates typically locked down in Taney County Jail, men and women?
If it's anything over 10 days for a male, we have a lockdown pod. For females, we do not have a lockdown pod. They are locked down in their cells in the pod.
Do the women sometimes they're sometimes locked down with other women, correct?
Usually it's somebody else on lockdown. We don't typically put somebody into lockdown with someone that's not on lockdown.
Right. So multiple people can be in lockdown at the same time. Multiple women can be in lockdown at the same time.
Yes.
And we'd like to think that all the policies of the Taney County Jail are always followed 24/7 all the time. Is that the case?
No.
No further questions.
I have some follow-ups. So the state asked you about lockdown, and you advised that sometimes they're locked down with other people who are locked down.
Yes.
Okay. For those women who are locked down, are they able to roam around the pod?
Not during the daytime, no.
Okay. Are they allowed to be out in the pod when other inmates are in the pod?
No.
And to the best of your ability, or to the best of your recollection, strike that. I have nothing further here.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know the inside of your jail. I do know inside of your county jail what it looks like. Does your jail have, when you put them in their cells, is it a solid door with a flip-down tray door, or is it bars?
No, it is a solid door. We have one cell with the flip down with the chuckle. The rest of them are just solid doors.
So somebody out in the pod wouldn't be able to talk to somebody in the jail cell?
Yeah, they can talk to the door.
Can they go into another person's jail cell?
They're not supposed to, no.
If they're on lockdown?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they're not supposed to even if they're not on lockdown. So.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And you said they're not supposed to go in their cells, but
Exactly.
that means they can go in their cells if they will get caught.
Yeah, we try to keep an eye on that, but you know.
And there's no soundproofing between the door and the pod, correct?
That is correct.
So you could have a full-fledged conversation between the door and the pod, correct? And you said they're not moving around during the daytime, and they're not out of their cell. If I'm correct, if I understand you correctly, they're not out of their cells during the daytime when they're on lockdown?
Or night, except for an hour out after everyone's locked down.
Okay, so they do get out of their cells during lockdown?
After lockdown, when everybody else is locked down, they get an hour out to shower and make phone calls.
Thank you.
But when you're talking about walking into somebody else's cell, that's for people who are up in non-lockdown. Their doors are open, but they're not supposed to, again, be in somebody else's cell at the time.
An inmate on lockdown's door, they are locked behind their doors, so no one will be able to get into their cell.
But you mentioned that they could walk, not to lockdown people, but in general, they're not supposed to walk into any other person's cell.
No, that is a rule and regulation.
I have nothing further.
Nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. You're pretty good.
And Your Honor, we did have have, I discussed with the state a stipulation on a witness that we would have called, that is Boyd Garrison. And specifically, I believe that the state, obviously the defense would stipulate that Boyd Garrison responded to the Ruud residence on July 18th of 2017 to the fire, and Boyd Garrison's testimony would include that he was the first person to arrive at the property at the first gate, and he would also testify that it was his belief that whenever he first made contact with Ms. Ruud in the truck at the gate that he saw she had a passenger. And while he could not say with 100% certainty that that was Savannah, that is who he believes was in the truck.
He assumed was in the truck.
That's what she said.
No, she said believe.
He assumed that was Savannah in the truck. That would be I would agree to stipulate to that.
Well, let's narrow it down a little bit. Is he saying there was two females in the vehicle, one of them being the defendant, and one some other female that he was not sure who it was, or that there was just another person?
I think that's fair, Judge, that he assumed it was Savannah, but in later statements he said he couldn't tell whether it was female or male. He could not testify to that, but he assumed that it was Savannah and there was another person.
And I can find, actually, he was deposed. I can allow the state to review this, or I can
Yeah, it's fine. It's in deposition. I'm pulling this from memory, so deposition is more accurate than my memory.
Okay, and the question in the deposition was there anyone else in the vehicle with her? And Mr. Garrison's response was, I think there was. I'm about 99% sure there was, but I couldn't swear to it. But I'm just almost positive there was somebody else with her. I thought it was Savannah.
That's fine,
I
Judge.
agree to stipulate to that exact statement.
Thank you.
So, anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor. It's resting.
Judge, we may have rebuttal. I'm waiting on some information.
Okay, well, let's...
But I think there's some stuff we should probably talk about too in chambers.
Okay.
Do we need a record? No, sir.
I don't think we do. I don't think we need to work.
No, we do.
before we do anything.
Thank you.
state and the defense would agree that Keith Gwynn, Gwin, is the jail administrator at the Taney County Jail. Mr. Gwynn would testify that there's no record of how long Kathy Hilton was on lockdown, and that first-time offenders could be on lockdown less than 20 days.
Okay. I'll take that stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that would be the state's rebuttal.
And the state now rests?
Yes.
Any other motions?
Yes, Your Honor. We have the motions, but we'll have to put a signature on them as well. I apologize.
Well, so it's an all-day TPO?
Here's the list of witnesses that they're calling.
Well, we have actually two things scheduled tomorrow. We thought it was half-day TPR and half-day bench trial. But then when Julie's looking at it, they say it's going to take all day. So I'm thinking they have 8 witnesses they're going to do in a half a day of a TPO.
Yeah.
Doesn't usually happen. And then it's just, the note Brittany says it's all day. This is all the record.
I didn't write it.
And so, going to the closing part, would 12:30 tomorrow. See, they have witnesses scheduled like some doctors at 8:30 at 9. Can we do closings, or do you want to do them today? I mean, you were talking about.
There was some discussion about, due to the reasons we outlined in the room, Judge, that we may want to do them tomorrow, but Mr. Darabrandt, like I said, would have to drive from Rolla. He has to go back to Rolla because he doesn't have a hotel anymore. And I do need some time to organize my closing, and I'm sure they do too. So if we did them today, I would request at least an hour to go do that. And our closings would be about 30 to 45 minutes.
I appreciate the consideration, but if you're going to do them at 12:30 tomorrow, that's no hardship on me. So
I was trying to figure out how to get the issues that were raised in the room about doing it tomorrow. I'm just telling you, I would do the TPR and break about noonish or whatever, and do the closing and tell them to push their people back until 2.
Right.
That should give us about enough time. That's an hour and a half to get done with closing. Or we can do it this afternoon later.
And I don't know about our victim's family either, Judge.
I've just checked in.
Okay.
Y'all are okay to come back on.
I'm pretty flexible. I was just trying to accommodate.
I'm approaching with a motion for judgment of equivalent at the close of all evidence.
And do you want to argue it?
Your Honor, I would just simply, I think, stand on the motion and make the same assertion as I did at the close of state's evidence.
And we would make the same assertion, Judge. We've made a submissible case.
Okay, I'll overrule that. Anything else today that we need to do?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, I've got also just dawned on me. I know Tom was gone these 3 days. I'll have to ask him, can we have these courtroom tomorrow, 12:30 to 2?
Well, Lauren asked me if it would be done by tomorrow afternoon, and I told her I thought we might, but I can see if they reach out to her and see.
Well, usually, I'll just go ask her.
Okay. Sure, where she's at.
And then Maxwell got 20. Isn't Maxwell? Jeff Epstein's gal. She got 20.
They up from like 10 to noon, so no big deal. We'll do it 12:30 to 2. And it'll be in here, that way nobody, they're used to coming here, plus the camera's set up, so we'll just be back here at 12:30 tomorrow and go from there.
All right.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So let Brittany know it'll be 12:30 to 2, and I think there's, they have a limit at 1:30, they say.
Yeah, she was originally scheduled at 3, they bumped her up at 1:30, but 30 minutes isn't good.
Judge.
But just let her know that we'll be doing it from 12:30 to 2.
Judge, I apparently never gave you State Exhibit 3, the actual physical exhibit. That was that CD recording, which you have a copy of the transcript.
Right. I don't know that I'll go back and listen to it. I've been reading the transcript.
But I did want that in your possession, Judge. So.
Got it.